At this time, I'd like to call the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, can you please call the roll?
Arancibia,
Present.
Lopez de Peda,
Here.
Segura. Here. Solis.
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
If there are no further communication, then I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsion reinstatements, Education Code 48916 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number 2, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code 54957. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number 4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. At this time, I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Lopez Zepeda?
Here.
Segura?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
Ringfield?
Here.
We will now hold a moment of silence for local Sweetwater High School and National City Legal League community leader Al Alvarado, and then we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Number one, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916, 48918 through 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number four, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. 1, moved by Arencibia and seconded by Solis to approve the reinstatement of one student with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Number 2, moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the appointment of Maria Jaramillo as principal of San Isidro High School with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Segura and seconded by Arencibia to approve 2 suspension, notice of unprofessional conduct, settlement, and release agreements with 2 certificated employees with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Arencibia and seconded by Solis to approve an agreement to resolve grievance number G, SCGA 2309 with SCGA regarding an alleged violation of Articles 24.1, 24.5, and 25.1 of the parties' collective bargaining agreement with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Arencibia and seconded by Solis to approve an agreement to resolve grievance number G, SEA 23009 with the SEA regarding an alleged violation of Article 35.2.A.8 of the parties' collective bargaining agreement with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Arencibia and seconded by Solis to approve an agreement to resolve grievance number G, SEA 24001 with SEA regarding an alleged violation of Article 12.8 of the parties' collective bargaining agreement with a vote of Arencibia, yes, Emerald absent, Lopez Cepeda, yes, Segura, yes, Solis, yes. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for June 10th, 2024 regular board meeting with the change that the board will first consider board agenda item 08 and then Q1 after the students' rep report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Okay, we are very, very, very proud to welcome Olympian High School to the meeting to present on the senior portfolio project. Please help me welcome Principal Vicky Mitrovic, who will begin the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vicki Mitrovich, and I'm the principal of Olympian High School. And this is my first year at Olympian, and I had the pleasure of experiencing the senior class experience. And I have here our amazing graduate, Sophia Jaramillo, who was a committee member, now a graduate, who will be attending San Diego State this year to share with you the common senior experience, which is unique to Olympian High School. Ms. Jaramillo?
Thank you, Principal Mitrovich. Hello and good evening, Sweetwater Union Board of Trustees. My name is Sofia Nayeli Caramillo, and I was a member of the 2024 Common Senior Experience Committee at Olympian High School. The Common Senior Experience is a program unique to Olympian High School where the focus topic changes every year but consistently brings awareness to a global social issue. Within this program, my peers and I learned about the pressing issue of substance use disorders and the opiate epidemic. We read Dreamland, a book written by journalist Sam Quinones that delves into the realities of government mishandling, pharmaceutical corruption, and the stigma surrounding addiction. We learned and applied such knowledge in organizing fundraisers, filming public service announcements, and overall raising funds for our beneficiary, Natural High. Our annual Make a Difference concert was a huge success, as we had a variety of Olympian performers put on an amazing show with some of our CSE groups providing concessions. While we were able to raise a large amount of money for Natural High through the MAD concert, we were also able to increase our fellow students' knowledge on substance abuse with our Red Ribbon Week campaign and guest speakers. These events allowed our students to come together and reflect on what the Common Senior Experience Project is trying to accomplish while keeping their engagement high. We have received so much positive feedback from our community, and it encouraged us to continue to put in the efforts we had put in all year. In order to fulfill our goals for community outreach, we chose to connect with Natural High, a local nonprofit organization that advocates for a healthy alternative to substance use. We were drawn towards Natural High because of their refreshing departure from the traditional just say no approach. Instead, they provide a sense of hope and support for those suffering from substance use disorders. Through their plethora of quality resources and community outreach programs, Natural High is truly making a difference in San Diego. By collaborating with a local nonprofit drug prevention organization meant to encourage healthy ways of living, our efforts emphasize the purpose of CSE, to ultimately bond as a community in educating and striving for a better future. Thank you.
The board is very pleased to recognize a sophomore student from East Lake High School who is excelling in track and field. She was the Mesa League champion in the 800 meters, 1600 meters, and 3200 meters, and the Mesa League Athlete of the Year. She was also the CIF champion in the 1600 meters and the 3200 meters. And she won the CIF state championship in the 3200 meters with a time of 9 minutes and 57 seconds. We are so proud of all of her accomplishments and can't wait to see her excel in her future high school years. Please join me in congratulating Jalen Williams from East Lake High School. On behalf of the board, we're very, very proud of you. Do you want to get a picture? Omar, can we get a picture of this? I think that's really cool.
Ask her if she needs to say
Would you,
any comments from her.
would you like to speak? No pressure. I mean, if you, I saw you in the back, very comfortably sitting in the back row. And if you don't want to speak, it's okay too.
So
But-
what do you run? What was it? What is your?
I run the 32
Eh,
for
thir-
track.
Okay,
3200, yeah.
3200. And what's your average like pace around the track? It's a track you run, right?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
The 1600 meters is a mile, right? So what's your average pace for a mile?
My fastest is 440.
Wow. That's fast.
Congratulations. Do you want to get a picture with us? I think it'd be really cool.
Wow, 4 minutes. 3. Let's turn off the silent mode. You can feel like the picture works, right? Ready? 1, 2, and 3. All right.
And now, the board is very, very proud to recognize one of our outstanding teachers from Bonita Vista High School, and one of my kids' teachers, right, who was named one of the 5 county teachers of the year. This science teacher uses kindness and positivity to guide her students every day. She encourages their participation in local science fairs and projects, and funded her school's culture and climate committee. We are very proud of her leadership and dedication to positively influence her students. Please help me congratulate San Diego County Teacher of the Year, Ms. Jennifer Eckstein.
So I prepared a little speech, if that's okay. Although a 2-minute or a 9-minute mile is very, very tough to follow when I can only probably walk about 1 lap in 9 minutes. Just to give you an idea, Mulder. Okay. So every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, and who understands the power of connections and insists that they become the best they can possibly be. Rita Pearson. So I want to thank the Sweetwater Board of Trustees. I want to express my profound gratitude for this honor, because this honor not just recognizes me, but also the incredible and special community, faculty, staff, and administration, and students, of course, that I have had the privilege to work over 25 years. I've been at Bonita only for 25 years, so this is my only job, like my real job as a high school teacher. So I always feel as educators we have a profound power to shape not only minds but also hearts. And within our classrooms lies the potential to cultivate the environment overflowing with positivity, where students thrive not just academically but also emotionally and socially, and especially during a post-COVID-19 world. So creating positivity is my thing in the classroom begins with fostering a culture of respect, kindness, reciprocity, and empathy for all. When students feel valued and respected, they're more likely to actively engage in their learning journey and support each other's growth as well, and develop agency and resilience. And these students are our future engines of change. And I want to, of course, call out Dr. Arancibia, because he was at our graduation speech and he inspired me to write this. So I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to you. Your unwavering dedication to inspiring students to take charge of their futures has really left an indelible mark. I see him there all the time at our school. And beyond your role as an educator, your presence at countless Bonita events, standing steadfast in support of all of our students and our community speaks volume about your commitment and passion. Furthermore, I'm profoundly grateful for the opportunity to have taught your oldest, V. And in my 25 years of teaching, few students have shown as brightly as V. Their exceptional compassion and unwavering dedication to learning have been a source of inspiration for me and for their peers. And they're a testament to your legacy that you leave at Bonita. I really believe that. I also want to extend my sincerest appreciation. Marty Emerald's not here today, but she was always there with pushing for voter registration. And her efforts, empower our community and our students. It increases voter efficacy, which of course I believe in. And then Mr. Segura, I don't know if you remember, but in 2001, you stood with us in November when we were vandalized. And, we were desecrated. I call it my sacred Bonita since I've been there for 25 years. But your solidarity and unwavering presence has given us strength. So I really, really appreciate that. And then Dr. Anna Marie Alvarez, she always comes. I always invite her when we have our dog teams, when our agriculture comes. So next year we'll have them again. I hope you can make it. And then, of course, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Lee for his remarkable impact on our school and revitalizing our student spirit. And though I know his time is brief, his influence will be everlasting and powerful. Although I've been urging him to stay, because my daughter is now at Bonita Vista High School. I felt so strongly about what we believe in that I brought her. So I'm doing my best to persuade him to stay another 3 years. Don't know if that's going to work, but I try. And then in conclusion, I just want to urge us all again to cultivate this positive learning environment where laughter, curiosity, and optimism can thrive. As a proud advocate for both Bonita and now Sweetwater, I eagerly anticipate collaborating with you guys across various platforms to support all of our Sweetwater students, and this includes advocating for climate change policies that you always see me here for, that promote healthy green spaces, champion social emotional learning programs that assist students with anxiety, depression, and stress, expanding our STEM opportunities for our TS LGBTQI+, and our BIPOC communities, and above all, ensuring the creation and protection of safe learning spaces for every student. And I say this, no student should feel afraid to express who they are or where they come from. So once again, thank you for this incredible opportunity, and with gratitude, thank you so much.
Go ahead. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you so much, Ms. Exie. Now, I'm going to begin the next person that I'm going to recognize. The first time I heard the name, this is off the cuff, it's not on my script, Mr. Hermosillo, Manny Hermosillo, was as a paper boy. Back in the day when we had jobs as kids, one of the first jobs that we had as kids was actually being a paper boy. And I worked the Tribune. If you guys don't remember, the Union was the morning paper, the Tribune was the afternoon paper. And I always had to, you have to sort the papers when you get it, you know? And then year after year after year, you would see Manny Hermosillo's name in the newspaper because he was winning championship after championship after championship. We are very proud to recognize the Montgomery High School baseball coach who is retiring from coaching after 41 seasons. During his tenure, he won 23 league championships, made 8 CIF appearances, and won one CIF title. He has 772 career wins, which is second most in CIF history. And one of only 13 coaches in California ever to reach 700 wins. He was also a teacher for 33 years in our district before he retired in 2013. We are so proud of him and his stellar career with Montgomery High School. Please help me come in and recognize Coach Manny Hermosillo.
Well, I thought for 38 years, it's been a ride. Thank you for the recognition, board trustees. I was just talking to Mr. Sumstein that this year, the overlapping of my teaching and coaching ended up at 49 years of service to the district. So of that, I'm very proud and honored to have served in the classroom as well as our Metro Conference on the field. So it's been a tremendous ride. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
didn't ask me. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
We will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, Dr. Arancibia. Thank you for that. Good evening. Buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our June 10th meeting of the Board of Education. First and foremost, on this occasion, I would like to congratulate all of our 6,535 high school graduates and our 3,279 middle school promoting students. On that note, a warm and heartfelt congratulations on reaching this important milestone. I hope everyone has a great summer doing activities that help fill their cups with positivity and well-being. It's almost like I coordinated a message with a county teacher leader. In the area of athletics, we just heard some of the wonderful highlights. I did want to mention the congratulations to the Otay Ranch girls softball team who won the CIF Division I title. Yes. And they were also the Southern California Regional Champions as well. Great job, Otay Ranch High School girls softball. Also want to congratulate San Isidro High School girls lacrosse team, which was the CIF Division III champions. Congratulations, San Isidro High School girls lacrosse. And this one we already recognized, but I'll repeat again. Jalen Williams from Eastlake Track and Field, who won CIF State Championship for the 3,200 meter category. Congratulations. Just a brief note, it was a wonderful year for all of our athletic programs for our student athlete scholars. And I wish continued success during 24-25. And really just they continue to demonstrate and be an example for the rest of our community. So to our student scholars, our scholar athletes, congratulations. We also continue to work closely with the City of Chula Vista, San Diego State University, UC San Diego, Assembly Member David Alvarez's office, Southwestern Community College, as well as other organizations in the community regarding making sure that we extend our support for efforts to bring institutions of higher learning to Chula Vista and more broadly to the South Bay. We believe this is something important and we'll continue to work with all partnerships and collaboration. Our district also hosted the solar sprint competition at Montgomery Middle School. That is something that happened all through the pandemic, and I'm glad to see it's only growing now that we have the ability to be present in person again. I also had an opportunity to attend the Golden Pyramid Scholars Program organized by the Urban League of San Diego. I do want to extend my gratitude to the Urban League and we appreciate the partnership that we've had going back a number of years. I also attended the Olympian High School Senior Experience event that we just heard about. What a wonderful event where students really get to present on their learning journey and their experience. So I wanted to take a moment to recognize the great work happening there at Olympian. I also had an opportunity to attend our classified staff recognition event. I want to extend my gratitude to our CSEA partners as well for including us in that celebration. I wanted to note that the Office of State and Federal puts on a wonderful event, the Sweetwater Union High School District Excellence Awards, which recognizes our staff, our parents, our students, a wonderful event. A number of us were there, and I wanted to make sure we extended our gratitude to the team that put that together. Another celebration, I wanted to recognize one of our assistant principals, Mr. Amilcar Fernandez, who was honored as Assistant Principal of the Year by the California Latino Association of Administrators, or CALSA. Congratulations, Mr. Fernandez. And he's in there. Lastly, just wanted to make note of a couple of construction projects that we kicked off recently. Eastlake High School Library Rehabilitation Project, which should help us bring in an outstanding facility to Eastlake High School and really modernize that library there, as well as groundbreaking at Castle Park High School for a field classroom and quad modernization project as well. Again, those are projects that we've been working on, and I would be remiss if I didn't extend our gratitude to the community for supporting those. And it really does take a community-wide approach to work on all these projects. So I wanted to recognize that as well. And again, thank you to all of our team, certificated, classified, all the management, board of trustees, our parents, and our community for yet another successful year here at Sweetwater with all the graduates that were mentioned earlier. And with that, gracias, and thanks for the opportunity to serve.
We will now have a message and a report from the student board representative, Mr. Isaiah Ringfield.
Happy summer all. I know for a lot of you it's not summer. It might just be me. But I also have work. I work at SeaWorld, so I have some work for me too. And then summer school. So last month was my last time meeting with ASB presidents, so there's nothing to report. As far as the ASB presidents, they're all gone. They're off. Today and tomorrow is ASB camp at Otay Ranch High, and at Children's High, I am the ASB president, so that's exciting. It's always nice to network with other students. I was also nominated, and I'm the president-elect of the NAACP San Diego Youth Council, so I'm incredibly to work with them and, somehow combines to work with Sweetwater Union High School District and the NAACP. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Isaiah. What we're going to do right now, we're going to move on over to 08, and item 08, and then Q1. Thank you so much. We'll see each other. The person that will be presenting will be Eugene, Bonita Vista alumni. There are very few times we have consultants that are alumni, and that's and I just think it's something for me to bring up. Very well respected alumnus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I threw the Union, not the Tribune, so it was like dark, and I didn't really read the headlines when I was folding the papers on my paper route as a kid. So thank you, members of the board. I'm gonna try to take just 5 minutes.
Eugene, will you let me introduce you?
Sure.
Thank you.
So what is important, not only is Eugene an alumnus of Bonita Vista, which is top on our mind, he is our bond counsel. And so tonight you will be considering a number of items that relate to a bond. And we've obviously had many a conversation around bond issuances and the bond work. And so Eugene and his team at ORIC have assisted us in putting together the resolution and the documents that are coming up. And one of the things that we think is really important, and we've done for this board in the past when a bond came up, was to make sure that you understand the rules of the road around bonds and what that means and what you're allowed to say and what you're allowed to do, other than taking your statutory obligation to vote to determine placement of a bond. And so Eugene is here to make that presentation, but I didn't get to introduce him, so I wanted to make sure that you had that opportunity. Jenny and I and Janaea get a lot of time with Eugene in getting ready for this presentation.
Thank you. Great. So I'll try to just take about 5 minutes. What I'd like to do, as Jenny said, is present the rules that apply to the conduct of an election and the conduct of a campaign. And this presentation is in keeping with the practice of training for the board and senior staff members of the district, consistent with your policies. And so I'll jump right in. And then, as Jenny said, this frames or describes the rules that will be applicable if the board decides to approve a bond resolution tonight. Then these would be the rules that apply after the call of the election. So there we go. I've just kind of described everything on that slide, so we can keep it moving. First, I'll just give an overview. California law is clear in requiring that no public resources be used for partisan purposes. And the simple explanation is people who are both for and against a particular measure are taxpayers, And so the law is designed to avoid giving one party advantage over the other. So rule number one is, and as we're going to get into, is that public resources cannot be used for partisan purposes. And I will, these materials are available to you. I'm not going to read every word. I have wordy slides, apologies in advance, but I will touch on what I think are the most important highlights. Just on this slide in the introduction, we do call out that resources, public resources are extend beyond things like making copies and mailing mailers, but also to things like the email servers or the use of a personal mobile phone that might be a work phone, a district phone. So those kinds of resources. So to cover these next two very wordy slides quickly, these laws are contained in the California Government Code, the the Political Reform Act, which creates the Fair Political Practice Commission. And so these slides give you some background on that, how the act exists, and the purpose of the commission. And on the second slide here, you see that there are resources if you have questions about the applicability of these rules. One of the things that I did skip over on an earlier slide was to say that in our role as bond counsel to the district, we are under the umbrella of a district resource. So part of the purpose of giving you this presentation now is because this is not something that we will advise the campaign about if the bond measure gets called. We will always be available to advise district staff and the district in its about these rules, but we won't be engaged in any way in advising a political campaign for the bond measure. And so these contact information is for that purpose, to seek other advice. What are the rules then? I'll just jump into that. As I said, you cannot use public resources for partisan purposes. Some of the things, these are sort of the examples of do's and don'ts to keep in mind as you get into the period of time after calling the election. And I'll just kind of go through a couple of these quickly. You're not permitted, as it says here, to urge voters to vote for or against. Bumper stickers, posters, etc. can't be produced by the district to promote the bond measure. Even releasing an employee early from their duties to allow them to campaign is an effective use of public resources. What you can do, however, is make objective information available to the public in a manner that you ordinarily would. So the way you communicate with the community in Sweetwater, which you do a very good job of, I will observe, you're not prohibited from continuing that practice. So these rules don't disallow that. It's just that information about the bond projects and the election, the measure that's been placed on the ballot has to be objective and informational. I'll keep it moving here. I've kind of touched on all of these. One thing to note, which is just to kind of say this so you hear it, the style, tenor, and timing of communication is a big thing that courts have focused on. So it's one thing to say, we have a quarterly newsletter that goes to parents, and then all of a sudden you can't rapid fire out 5 newsletters in one quarter. That's part of how the law looks at these limitations. Okay, and public appearances by senior staff and board members are permitted when you are invited. If you are invited to speak about and provide information about the measure, just keep a record of the invitation for record-keeping purposes, but you are allowed to accept those invitations. That's not a violation of these rules. And then this is the part, a little bit of the just scared straight. It is actually both potential civil law violation as well as criminal law violation for the individuals who use public resources improperly. So I want to just make sure that everyone's aware. The good news is you don't give up your freedom of speech just because you called an election. And this is an important counterbalance to understand. So as a voter yourself and a member of the public, a citizen of the United States, you've got your free speech rights. To touch on some of these, wearing a campaign button in a classroom, for example, as a teacher, is considered improper, but teachers having a conversation about the bond measure away from the students is fine. That's free speech. School district officers and employees are not prohibited from soliciting contributions or helping to promote the passage of the measure. Just can't do it at school on their during the time of their employment. And finally, if the school district itself has rules around that govern, people's speech, you can't have special rules for the bond measure. They just have to be applicable to all social issues that, for which the district may already have rules. Okay, and then campaign finance reporting requirements aren't necessarily going to be a big limitation, but you should be aware that the rules regarding, this is more applicable to the campaign, the rules regarding campaign contributions are very strict, and they're going to need to be mindful of campaign finance reporting rules. I won't go into these details, but you can see here some of the examples of what are and are not contributions to the campaign. And finally, just to make sure you understand it, federal finance rules are not applicable to local bond measures. So really what we're focused on, as the presentation described earlier, is the California law, not federal law. So I'll stop there and invite any questions that you guys might have about the conduct of this campaign or the bond measure, the rules as applies to the board and members of the staff.
This is the same presentation that we received the last time that or has it been modified at all?
This has not been given. This is to my knowledge, this is the
So
first time.
I previously did this presentation,
Oh, you did?
and
Yes.
he sounds much more scholarly.
Oh,
But otherwise, the
apologies.
information
At-
was the same.
At the first reading?
No, the last time we did a bond.
Yes.
Oh, I
That's-
see.
that's
Got
what-
it.
that's what I
Well, that
was-
was 2018.
Yes,
Yes.
but I still sounded less scholarly than you.
Well, you aren't charged with remembering it from 6 years ago.
And just for clarification, could you share with us kind of the manner through which this is conducted? I.e., I want to make sure the public is aware that the district does not conduct the campaign, rather it's an outside entity,
Sure.
for
Well,
clarity's sake.
if the board calls the election, what would ordinarily happen is members of the public who are in support of the measure would form a committee. It would be a separate organization, not connected to the district or the resources of the district. Of course, as I said, staff and board members have their own free speech rights. They can engage and participate with the campaign organization on their free time. But that would be a separate entity, and again, we wouldn't be advising it from a legal counsel perspective either.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
All right.
With that, we will move to Q1, which is adopt resolution 4905, ordering a school bond election on November 5th, 2024, and authorizing necessary actions in connection therewith. Yes?
If I may, President Ancibia, so on this one, again, we just received some information in terms of clarifying the roles and responsibilities. I'll ask Ms. Carbuccia to share kind of some of the parameters around which this resolution are included. So Ms. Carbuccia?
Sure. As stated at the end of this resolution, to call a bond, it requires a 2/3 vote of the board. That does not mean the sitting board, that means the whole board. So the only way this item may pass this evening and call an election would require all 4 of you to unanimously vote for this, or it would need to wait into a future board meeting. So just want to make sure you know this isn't a board item that works by majority vote. It's a supermajority.
Yeah, so I'll speak on this. So I speak in support of this. I mean, just being around and going to all the schools that we have in the age. I know I'm being redundant. I've said this before, but we all know the age of our schools, all the work that's needed at all the sites, improve buildings, replacing buildings that are 40, 50 years old, and we're already starting to do that work with the last bond. But I think this is very important for our community and for our students, quite honestly. So with that, I'm speaking in favor of this. And I'll make a motion if somebody wants to talk.
Yeah, I'll go ahead second. Yeah, like I mentioned the previous meeting, there's no other way we can make money. This is the only way we can use the funds to improve our schools. So hopefully the state of California changes its ways, but right now this is all we have. So.
That was first, the motion and the second, right?
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you. You take it easy, Mama. Thank you. That moves us to D1, conduct a public hearing and first reading to gather community feedback for the proposed 2024-2025 Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
Yes, I have one speaker, Dina Donato Palmore.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, Mr. Rainfield, and community members. My name is Dina Donato Palmore, interim president of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. As I read through the LCAP supporting documents, I need to bring attention to the absence of counselors in the work of MTSS. There seems to be an assumption that counselors are involved only in the academic of students. Sweetwater Union High School District counselors have been in the forefront of implementing a multi-tiered system of support since 2017. The American School Counselor Association, ASCA, MTM-DSS. In fact, in 2011, we established a counselor standard committee to make sure that all students in all schools in the district receive proactive and intervention support. Unlike MTSS, which addresses the academic and behavioral needs of students in an academic setting, the multi-tiered, multi-domain systems of support, or MTM-DSS, spans 3 domains: academic, college and career, and social-emotional, which encompasses behavior. Tier 1, universal support. What do counselors do? Grade-level classroom lessons for all students on graduation requirements, college admission requirements, financial aid and scholarships, college and career speakers, classroom lessons on wellness and mindfulness, site wellness centers coordinated by counselors, district-wide counseling, college and career fairs. Tier 2, targeted support. Tier 2 supports are intended to be short-term, goal-focused, and collaborative. What do counselors do? RFID monitoring, runs student support groups, individual student conferences, teacher conferences, parent conferences, student support team, hold credit recovery conferences and individual conferences for students with Ds and Fs. Tier 3, intensified support. These are intended for students experiencing emergency or crisis events or needs that are unresolved from the Tier 2. What do counselors do? Suicide assessment, referrals to community agencies, referrals for mental health support, referrals to district programs, individual student follow-up conferences, parent conferences, teacher conferences to support students. These are just a few of what counselors do beyond registration and class placements. With these experiences in system implementation, my question is, why are counselors not invited to the table to work on the district-wide plan of MTSS? When considering MTSS site counselors, will counselors be considered for these positions? We would be happy to provide a presentation to the board on what school counselors, your counselors in this district do to support our students. I encourage you to invite us so that you have a better understanding of our profession and our work. Thank you.
No further speakers.
There are no further speakers, then the public hearing is now closed. We will now have the staff presentation and board discussion on the LCAP.
Good evening, Dr. Arancibia, board members, our public. Thank you for being here. On a yearly basis, as a district, we take the LCAP several times throughout the year. One, to look at metrics and look at progress. This time we're looking at public feedback in terms of what we've done in our LCAP, what we've created, and then looking at if there's any additions or changes that we need to make. So we still have some time to do so. So on a yearly basis, by July 1st, as a district, as an LEA, we need to have the LCAP approved. That's in conjunction with our LCFF and the parent budget overview. And so those items will be included this evening. The LCAP is a 3-year plan that describes the action, services, expenditures that we use to really look at those positive supports for our students. It's based on 3 major areas: our conditions for learning, engagement, and student outcomes. And within each one of those, there's elements such as basic services, standard alignment, our course access. If our students are expelled, what are we offering, their supports, our foster youth. We also look at parent engagement, student engagement, school climate, student achievement, and student outcomes. All of those elements have actions and services within the LCAP, and then we also have metrics that are aligned with those. The LCAP requirement has changed a little bit, but these are some of the components. We have the LCFF budget overview, and you'll see that attached to the documents. We have a plan summary. We also have to include engagement of our educational partners. We have goals, actions, and metrics. And then we also look at what are those increased or improved services for foster youth, low-income, and English learners, multilingual learners. We also have action tables, and then within the LCAP, there are instructions that we have to maintain. There are some new requirements as mentioned. This year's LCAP has several new requirements. One of them is that the district must identify within this three-year LCAP students or student groups that fall within certain dashboard elements. The first one is any school within the LEA that has the lowest performance level on one or more state indicators on the 23 school year dashboard. Second one is a particular student group within the LEA that falls under the lowest performance bands. And the third one is a student group within a school within the LEA that falls within those lowest performance bands. We've modified the LCAP a couple of times. We've gone through a review with the San Diego County Office of Ed, and when we did the first Fast Pass, we had all of those elements within the LCAP. We will be making, those are there currently in the draft that we have now. We will be taking those out, and we're going to do an addendum that has a graphic representation of those groups that's a little bit easier to read. So even now as we speak, we're still doing some modifications to ensure that although the LCAP is a very dense document, trying to make it as accessible as possible for our community and our staff. There's also another additional requirement that we have that's called the equity multiplier, and it really provides additional funding for schools with non-stability rates. If that rate is greater than 25% and prior year socioeconomically disadvantaged pupil rate is greater than 70%. We have two schools that fall within that category. One is Palomar High School, one of our continuation high school, and then Alta Vista Academy, which is our community day school. Alta Vista will receive about $83,000, and Palomar High School will receive just a little bit under $500,000 within those equity multipliers. Extensive work has been done by those staff at those sites to develop plans, looking at their students' needs, looking at potential outcomes, and what those metrics would be. So our LCAP in the past has only had 4 goals. With this equity multiplier, we added a 5th goal as one of those requirements. As I mentioned, engaging our educational partners is one of those elements that is deeply embedded into the LCAP. And so as a district, we continue to conduct parent and student surveys, staff surveys, community surveys. Over 2,500 staff and students responded, as well as parents. We have 2 parent advisory committees, the DPAC and the DLAC. Both provide ongoing, throughout the year, feedback on our LCAP by LCAP goal. We also have site-level feedback that occurs at the school site councils and parent advisory groups at the sites. We continually meet with our students through empathy interviews. Our South County SELPA is deeply embedded in giving us feedback, as well as our Sweetwater Union High School District Coherence Task Force, which has been looking through differentiated assistance over the last year at the work that we've been doing through the LCAP and following our metrics and looking at our student outcomes. We also engage our administrators through our middle school and high school PLCs, as well as ongoing conversations at almost every cabinet meeting, looking at our goals and progress and where we are, and then having conversations with our collective bargaining units as this. As I mentioned, the equity multiplier at schools has been an ongoing process over the last 3 months, looking at their data and then really looking at root causes and looking at supports to include those in the LCAP. So as I mentioned, all of our LCAP goals contain a goal, a metric, an action, and then analysis. That is also new in terms of having to look at, for each individual goal. In the past, it's been, we've had some analysis on kind of overarching goals, but the LCAP has become much more specific in that manner. Just as a reminder, we have the same goals that we started with in 2014, except for that 5th goal, which is the equity multiplier. The first goal is really looking at student success in teaching and learning so that students are prepared for college and career. Goal 2 is creating that safe and healthy learning environment for each student so that we can build a culture of equity and positive climate that promotes excellence throughout the district. Our 3rd goal is fostering and honoring that parent, guardian, community engagement to ensure that we are able to support our student success. And the 4th one is that operational excellence, ensuring that we have transparent and coherent systems to also support student success. And as I mentioned, we have the equity multiplier, which is our new goal. And for both those schools, we're really looking at increasing graduation rate by 10% and also reducing the chronic absenteeism rate. Those were 2 of the elements that were identified by both schools as conditions and factors that, if we make some notable changes, can really support our students to succeed. Just an oversight, I'm gonna go to the next one because I think it's probably easier to read. This is our total budget for 24-25. We have just a little bit over $705 million that will be attributed to our overall budget. Our LCAP is about $77 million. We also have some carryover in LCAP from this year, which will approximate about $40 million. Both the current year for 24-25 and the carryover are accounted for within the LCAP as well. So I wanted to provide just an overview of what the goals were and some of those metrics. Goal 1, as I mentioned, is really about preparing students for college and career. It's focused on academic achievement, having our students be college and career ready, and then closing those achievement gaps for our neediest students. That includes our English learners, our multilingual learners, our students with disabilities, our foster and homeless youth. And so some of those key metrics that we're looking at, as I mentioned, we look at A through G completion rate, our graduation rate, how they do in the Smarter Balance assessment tests for both mathematics and English. We look at English learner progress, the AP or advanced placement pass rate, and then our CTE pathway completions. Some of the continued action steps, because we maintain some of the action steps from year to year, then you'll see some of the additional action steps. We still will continue with class size reduction, counselor caseload reduction. That means our standard caseload for counselors is 400. With the LCAP, we bridge that to 360 to 1. And then at some of our sites, we add additional allocations. With ELD, ALD, and bilingual class size reduction, we provide our English learners or multilingual learners some additional supports in classrooms. We also support AVID, International Baccalaureate, our foreign language and global studies programs, and the School of Creative and Performing Arts. And then we provide curriculum teachers on special assignment to support school sites. Some of the additional action steps within this are the counselor on special assignment, learning, recovery, and acceleration coaches. As you've heard continuously, we are in a COVID-19 post-pandemic world. And even though it's 4 years out for some of us, students still need additional supports. And so the Learning and Recovery Acceleration Coach allows students to have access to additional courses throughout the school year to ensure that they're able to meet those requirements for graduation. We've also added some additional supports with instructional classroom textbooks, supplementary resources, and then looking at funding, some additional funding to increase the quality of subs by paying a higher rate for those subs. So it's a pay differential. LCAP Goal 2, once again, it's that environment that we're looking at for our students. We continue with a safe, healthy learning environment, student well-being, culture of equity, positive school climates. Some of those metrics that we look at that are chronic absenteeism, suspension rates, dropout and expulsion rates, and then we look at the CHICS data, or the California Healthy Kids, and other surveys, along with empathy interviews to see where our students are and how they're doing. With that, some of the continued action steps, school safety, school connectedness, homeless and foster youth supports, student support services and mental health supports, and then some of the additional action steps. We've had school resource officers in the past within the LCAP. They have been reintroduced into the LCAP this year, and that really comes a lot from our school safety and our CHICS data. We have incorporated additional mental health and coaching for students and staff through the Well-Wish Foundation, as well as multi-tiered student systems of supports, both at the site and district level. We do have a district assistant principal of safety and security to assist the director in supporting school sites. We've added some additional flexible allocations to look at specific needs at school sites based on their needs assessments. And then last year we added security cameras as part of the LCAP. That was something that came through in every single survey that we conducted. We are continuing with that. And then lifeguards for our summer programs at district pools, at our district pool. Goal 3, the parent engagement, community engagement. We continue to do the outreach, the parent education, our parent advisory committees, and our parent communication. The key metrics have been our surveys and also our interviews with families, as well as workshop and meeting participation, and then measuring our school messages, how we're communicating with parents and what the feedback is that we're receiving. Same type of elements. let me go back to here, there we go. Our continued action steps continue to build that parent engagement component. We have community relations facilitators at many of our sites. I think 14 of them have them. We continue our parent education workshops, including Southwestern College, UCSD, adult education, and our parent advisory committees. We have added, through COVID and ESSER funds, we had a teacher on special assignment that was working specifically with the parents. That funding has sunsetted, so we're adding the parent engagement TOSA to the LCAP. We are also expanding ways in terms of getting feedback, so we'll be doing additional surveys and feedback opportunities, and then leadership training for our parents. And then goal 4 is that transparent system, making sure that all those operational elements are aligned. Our metrics really look at our internal and external audits, our facilities inspection tools and Williams surveys, our survey results, and our business process reviews. And what we continue to do is we're aligning Infor. As you know, we implemented Infor for many of our services July 1 of last year. We continue to augment that throughout the district. We're also doing continued training through finance and fiscal and IT to implement that, as well as through human resources. We also look at our teacher professional development and induction program through this. Our classified training, we're adding additional components to that, training for substitutes, and then additional supports for our informational technology resources and support. So that will include not only devices, but also technology and training. And then, as mentioned, additional parent leadership trainings can also be incorporated through this. And then goal 5, that's the new one. That's the one that we're looking at Palomar and AVA. As I mentioned, it's that school connectedness, trying to improve attendance, decrease chronic absenteeism, increasing graduation rates. So we'll be looking at suspension, student achievement data, climate surveys, graduation, and chronic absenteeism. And then these are some of the elements that the sites, through their process that was conducted over the last 3 months, is they're offering some additional support classes for students, supplemental resources within those classes. We have brought in Hey Tutor across the district, but we're going to add some additional Hey Tutor supports at those school sites. And then teacher professional development focused on academics, instruction, but also social emotional learning, and then looking at assessment and data analysis. And then for Alta Vista, they are going to augment an attendance coordinator. They will be bringing a literacy support teacher, and then the supplemental resources, looking at multi-systems of support, a restorative teacher, and then teacher professional developments based on those elements that are listed there as well. So the LCAP, as I mentioned, it's a 3-year plan. Each year we reassess. The process for this is an open hearing. We will go back on Friday, June 7th. Earlier in the week, Finance received a fiscal overview, and Dr. Salkild and her team reviewed those elements. Very minimal changes. On Friday, the state and federal team and myself and Dr. Winters met with the San Diego County Office of Ed. They gave us an overview. They went through all the documents in the LCAP. Very minimal changes, most of them just elements that we just needed to augment a little bit. Those changes will be done by next week, and so when we come back on the 24th, we should have a pretty solid LCAP with all the information. Once the budgets are approved, the LCAP is approved, the budget is approved, we take it to, once again, deliver it to the county, and I think it's by October 8th of each year, the county has to approve the LCAP for us, as well as the budget. So that's part of the budgetary process. If there are any changes within that, we are able to make some of those nominal changes. And in August, if there's any review, we would make mention of what those changes would be.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alvarez. Any comments from the board?
I have a question. Dr. Alvarez, how can the counselors be included in the MTSS portions of the LCAP?
So I think there's lots of opportunities at school sites. So MTSS, in this particular way, we in the past have had a restorative practice position at middle schools. It used to be what was called the O room, and it was an opportunity room. It was an opportunity room to look at, instead of suspension for students, looking at ways to work with the student to look at the root causes of behavior and then ensure that their engagement, their behavior was appropriate so they could be in the classroom and not have suspensions. With MTSS, it's not only the behavior, it's, as Ms. Donato mentioned, it really is the academics, it's the social and emotional, and it's all those elements tied together. So MTSS is really not just about one person, it's about a team. And so when you're looking at the tiers and you're looking at the supports, it's the team approach. So I think there's lots of opportunities within that for the counselors to be part of that. The elements that Ms. Donato mentioned in terms of providing the presentations, the parent meetings, all those elements are part of the MTSS process. So I think we're already doing some of those elements, and then we've allocated site-specific supports where there is some flexibility in how those funds are utilized.
Yeah. The idea here is to use everybody, all hands on deck, to make sure that our students are successful. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I got a question here. So on page 7 of 37 on the update, I don't know if you, does that make sense, Deanne, what I'm saying? It's on one of the other attachments. It's on the first attachment. It's not the whole thing. But yeah, it's right there. So I was just curious on the on the very bottom of the spreadsheet there, and goal 8, and it says that at the very right, it says 25% will be enrolled in career technical education course at CTE, and shooting for 10% completers. What is our normal goal there? Because I see like the 2 years prior, we had a higher, enrollment rate of almost 50%. I'm just curious, are we shooting lower, or what is that our normal number?
So if you notice in 1920, that was 14%. In 2021, it was 12%. In 21-22, is that 48% enrolled in CTE? The 2 years prior to that, pandemic-wise, that definitely changed some of the trajectory that we had with CTE. Prior to that, if we look at 2014 through 2019, we saw a dramatic increase in CTE and CTE completers. Hitting that wall in 1920 and 2021, we kind of had to hit a reset button. And so that is where we are, is really trying to look at how do we continue to increase our students. We've gotten back to more of a normalized level with the enrollment by 12th grade. The completion rate is probably the area that we need the most support in, because students will take maybe one course, but in order to be a completer, you have to take 2 full years of that same course. And so that's something that we're working with sites. One is to increase student engagement, student interest, and to make sure that we have courses that are relevant to what those areas of interest and career aspects are for students. So it's a continual dialogue, but we are trying to go back to a more stabilized pattern.
Okay, Yeah, no, that makes sense, and I totally get with the COVID years, that really put a cramp on a lot of things. And I understand, yeah, we should be shooting for more completers, and I know, but students, it's not a bad thing the students are doing. They only have so much time, right, in school where they're gonna pick what they want to pick or get what they want class-wise, right, depending on what they want to do. I just think it's that it's important that we continue to, as we are, providing our students with as much career opportunities or studies courses that we can, so they can have those experiences before they get out of high school. And even then, really, how can we tell a 18-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old that you need to know what you're going to do with the rest of your life when you're 17, 18? This makes no sense at all for majority of students, but just so they have those experiences, I just think that's important. And I was also glad to read in there and you highlighted it, where you're trying to do other things for engagement and surveys, and that's a really, if somebody could figure that out, that would be a $1 million payday, right? To be able to get more parents, community members, students to participate in those surveys. That's something that that could be improved everywhere, but I appreciate that, and that's all I have.
Dr. Guillen?
If I can, I just want to add a little bit of context to that discussion because it's very timely in that we're seeing at the state level some possible initiatives coming down in terms of financial literacy as a possible requirement for graduation. So one of the things that Dr. Alvarez will be doing in the near future is pulling together a working group across different stakeholders, our teachers, our counselors, are classified across the board, really to look at and examine what the impact of that would be. As we're all aware, we also have another requirement for graduation that's going to be coming online pretty soon, which ethnic studies. So there's a number of modifications that are going to be doing that are precipitated by the state, if you will. And so it's just a very timely discussion to bring our working group together of multiple stakeholders, because again, there's going to be impacts to what our current graduation plan are. How does it fit with some of our alternative programs? So I know Dr. Moore has been working with some of the alternative programs. So I think it's a timely conversation. How can we support our CTE programs? And more broadly speaking, understanding that for most of us, life is not a linear thing, and sometimes we go right to four-year college, and sometimes you go into the workforce, and then you go to community college, and then four-year college. So life isn't the linear kind of plan that we'd all like it to be for many of our students, and so how can we explore that more fully, more comprehensively? And so I just wanted to add a little bit of context, because that is going to be happening in the near future. Our graduation requirements are going to be changing, and so how do we reevaluate, reassess what our graduation plan looks like? So that's some of the work that's going to be going to the future. I know this is for the LCAP, but I did want to add that context because it's coming in the near future, and I didn't want to lose an opportunity to share that piece. So that was the context.
And just to clarify, so the far right on that, remember this was a 3-year plan, but this one, because we had COVID, was a 4-year plan. So the far right is the goal that we had for that culminating year, which would be this year. We're actually, based on the 23 dashboard, we're at 46% enrolled in CTE. So we've established that goal. Because we built the plan originally within a COVID year, it was lower than what we would normally do. So that's what I meant by we were rebuilding.
Thank you, I understand.
Any further comments? Okay. I've been asked by the board members to actually, since we have a couple of folks speaking on this, to move to item Q4 first before moving on to the next item. And Q4 is a resolution number 4910 in the matter of promoting good health by discouraging tobacco use through support of the Sweetwater Union High School District Tobacco Use Prevention Education Program and advocacy for a solution to stop illegal tobacco sales in National City.
Yes, President, if I may. I want to thank Member Emerald for working with groups in National City and Chula Vista for bringing this forward. And I know she wanted me to have our guests to speak on this item. So thank you.
First speaker is Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, governing board members and Superintendent Dr. Aguirre. Nice to see you. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm a member of the National City Coalition for Better Health and one of the founding members of SBSE Community. I reside in the South Bay. I'm a mother of 2 daughters with IEPs, and I will relentlessly pursue equity for the disabled. I am actively involved in our community on various issues. I believe in education, stand for social justice, and advocate for equity, inclusion, and diversity. I believe our school districts must collaborate with parents to ensure all children, regardless of color, race, gender, language, disability, ability, or socioeconomic status, are safe, healthy, well-educated, and included. I am here to express my dedication and support for the movement aimed at protecting our youth from nicotine addiction and other addicting substances by restricting the sales of harmful substances near schools. I strongly support the Sweetwater Union High School District resolution because I believe in the value it stands for, particularly the focus on protecting our youth from addiction and the importance of prevention and education. I'm confident this will improve the quality of life for our kids and our community. Enhancing the academic curriculum at local schools to ensure prevention and education is crucial. And the system should not criminalize youth facing addiction. Instead, our kids need academic, educational, and mental health support to understand and overcome addiction and mental health issues to prevent the school-to-prison pipeline. Keeping harmful substances away from schools is a logical and necessary step. I have personally witnessed the detrimental impact of cigarette sales to minors and addiction. I experienced this with my peers while growing up in the South Bay. Some of these acquaintances ended up in prison because they started smoking cigarettes, which opened the door to addiction to other substances like alcohol and marijuana, leading to other substances and bringing very negative consequences to their lives, families, and to the community. We're just here to thank the Sweetwater Union High School District and its leadership, especially Ms. Marty Emerald and Mr. Arturo Solis, for passing the resolution, supporting the Tobacco Use Prevention Education TUPE program, and for supporting the implementation of a tobacco retail license program in National City to stop illegal sales to underage kids at our local schools. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We are eager to continue contributing to our community's well-being and look forward to working together to achieve our shared goals. And then one last thing, I want to take the time to encourage all teacher union members to vote from June 18th through the 24th for the State Council of Education, California Teacher Association's elections. Vote for Lisa Yegan, a dedicated, experienced advocate for educators. You guys would be lucky to have her representing you. Thank you.
Irma Hernandez.
Buenas tardes. ¿Está bien si lo digo en español? Sí. Mi nombre es Irma Hernández, soy residente de National City y representamos al...
Si me espera un momentito, hay servicio de interpretación para las personas que no hablen español, que ellos entiendan sus comentarios. Así es de que tenemos un intérprete.
Okay.
I just shared that there's interpretation services for those who may not be able to understand Spanish. So.
¿Empezamos entonces? Ok, bueno, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Y mi nombre es Irma Hernández, residente de National City.
Good afternoon. My name is Irma Hernandez. I'm a resident of National City, and thank you for your time to hear me now.
Y vengo representando la coalición de National City por una mejor salud.
And I am here to represent National City Coalition. I am here to represent National City Coalition for a Better Health.
Y soy promotora de salud en la comunidad. Tengo más de 30 años voluntaria y a la vez con varias instituciones, colaboraciones.
I'm a promoter of the health and with the National City for more than 30 years.
Y sobre todo más en el tema del humo de tercera mano. Y ahorita estamos aquí para darles gracias por su apoyo para la resolución a la mesa directiva, especialmente a Arturo Solís y a Emerald por apoyar a nuestros jóvenes para que estén libres de tabaco.
And I am here also to give thanks to the persons who have been helping us, especially Mr. Solis and Ms. Emerald, who have been helping us to reduce the use of tobacco in our community, especially for our youth.
Muchas gracias por su apoyo y también por apoyar y que sean que parar las ventas ilegales en los smoke shops que están para los jóvenes, manteniendo sobre todo la salud de los jóvenes y que no caigan en esta adicción, sobre todo ahorita en la tentación más de los sabores de tabaco en los cigarrillos electrónicos.
Yes, and especially thanking for stopping the illegal sales in those shops that are encouraging the sale of illegal tobacco, and especially also the flavored tobacco for our youth who are engaged or more in tone to use those products because of the flavor. So we thank you for stopping those illegal sales for those shops.
Muchas gracias por apoyar a nuestros jóvenes y mantenerlos libres de tabaco. Gracias.
Thank you for helping our youth to be healthy and not to use those products. Thank you very much.
Gloria Salas.
Hola todos, gusto de conocerlos. I'm going to try my English. Okay. Well, my name is Gloria Salas. I'm from National City too. I am a promotora de salud for more than 40 years, and that's my pasión es ayudar a la comunidad, especialmente a nuestros jóvenes que son tan vulnerables a las tentaciones y son nuestro futuro. Tenemos que cuidarlos. We have to take care of them. Ay, ya me olvidé. Ya me fui en español. Bueno, we are here to support and protect our kids, and we need your help. So thank you very much.
Lupita Lombardo.
Hola, buenas noches a todos los miembros de la mesa directiva y también aquí al personal. Como dijeron mis compañeras, yo voy a hablar muy breve y poquito porque todo lo que ellas dijeron es lo mismo que yo iba a decir. Perdón.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us, and I am here to represent the Coalition for National City, and my speaking is going to be very brief, since part of what I wanted to say, my not co-workers, but my helpers have said it all as well.
Como ya lo dijeron, mi nombre es Lupita Lombardo, soy promotora y Community Health Worker por casi 30 años. He tenido la oportunidad de trabajar en varios distritos de aquí, National City, Sweetwater y San Isidro. He tenido esa oportunidad y ahorita estoy aquí pues activando y apoyando el problema del uso de tabaco, ¿verdad? Para, sobre todo el cigarrillo electrónico para los jóvenes y para los niños, ¿verdad? Estuve en breve, como le digo breve porque yo voy a decir soy tímida, pero hablo como 2 horas, así es que perdone. Y es perdone, sí. I can say in English, but I want that you do it. No, you do it, please.
Well, yes, I wanted to say thank you, and yes, I've been a promoter of better health for the students and for the community, for the youth, for about 40 years, 40 años?
No,
for about 40 years to those, and she is fighting against the use of tobacco and the electronic cigarettes in the community. And I say that I'm going to be speaking very briefly because usually when I speak, it's about 2 hours. So it's about, I'm going to try to be brief.
Como toda buena latina, ¿verdad? Que hablamos bastante. Bueno, no es para hacer una remembranza con un programa que empecé de Por la Vida y de cuando apoyamos a que en las tiendas los cigarrillos, las cajas de cigarrillos estaban al frente a la altura de los niños. Entonces estuvimos ese programa, eso sí hace más de 30 años, y apoyamos a que no fuera, que quitaran, que fueran los dulces los que estuvieran a los ojos de los niños.
Okay, one of the things that we were promoting and trying to fight is that they used to have the cigarettes to the eyesight in the side of the eyesight of the kids, so the level of the eyesight of the kids, and we were able to get rid of that and to fight for the candies to be at the eye level of the kids, not the tobacco. And a little bit before, I didn't mention that she said thank you to all the members of the board, and she also thanked all the employees at the board meeting.
Ajá, exactamente, y nuevamente gracias sobre todo aquí al señor Solís y a Esmeralda, la mesa directiva, y una de las cosas que esta propuesta, pues esperamos que ya haya pasado, ¿verdad? Porque va a ser para el bien también de nosotros de National City. Y gracias nuevamente por su atención y buenas tardes.
Thank you again for your attention, and I want to emphasize and thank Mr. Solis and Ms. Emerald for supporting us, and also thank you for passing this proposal, which I think it's going to be passing, and thank you again.
Gracias. Good night. Buenas noches.
No further speakers.
Superintendent Aguirre.
And, antes de que se vaya, por medio de la mesa le quisiera agradecer el trabajo que hace usted y el trabajo que las demás personas que hablaron aquí para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes y asegurar una comunidad que con el enfoque en lo que es la salud. Entonces, muchas gracias por su tiempo y por apoyar a nuestros estudiantes y comunidades. Thank you.
I'll move.
Motion, there's a motion?
Second. I will second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez de Peda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you for the flexibility with the agenda switch. We will now move on to D2.
Thank you, President Arancibia. At this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Sokol to introduce. This is a public hearing at this time and first reading, so there is no action. This item will return at a future board meeting, and as you may recall, there are 2 board meetings in the month of June in order that we may comply with the state process for approving a budget. So with that, Dr. Sokol, take it away.
I have to actually knock it down. Hold on. Yeah, I will now open a public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers, Mr. President.
The public hearing is now closed. We will now have the staff presentation and board discussion on the proposed budget.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my mistake this year.
Let's go back.
Sorry.
Well, good evening, Dr. Arencibia, Board President, Board members, Superintendent, Cabinet, and community. So we're going to be presenting, as was mentioned, it is the public hearing for the 2024-25 budget. So we'll go over a couple of details with the timeline, some of the changes since the process started back in January and the governor released the proposal, and then some of our key assumptions and then what the numbers look like for the next year, and then also with our multi-year projections. So we'll start off kind of with our roadmap. That was our starting point back in January with what the governor shared at that point. So we've now received additional information as of May that was incorporated into this budget work now that we're presenting to you on the 10th with the public hearing and then with action for adoption on the 24th. We are always in a unique state from the district standpoint because we're preparing a budget where there are things and conversations still happening at the state level. The state legislature has until the 15th of this week to present a balanced budget from their standpoint to then share with the governor. So we will do and await that outcome of that, if there are any key changes, that's what we bring forward to the board then in August, known as the 45-day budget revision, with any significant changes at the state level. And then the roadmap ahead after that is our unaudited actuals and then our first interim. What's going to be important at this point is, as we go through the subsequent slides, is there's two parts to the budget and the report that we've provided to you is known as the SACS report. It's estimated actuals for June 30th. That is our best projection of where we believe June 30th might end. So you're going to see some changes here in terms of those projections, which tie very much so to what Dr. Alvarez presented with the LCAP and some of those changes there. So that number, as we close the books then over the summer, could possibly change when we bring that back to the board in September. But it's our starting point. We start with that basis to then build our budget going forward. So I'll go here to the next few slides. But let me just highlight a couple of themes from the governor's budget. For the May revision, there was not much of a change in terms of for education. The governor and the state legislature are still working through some deficits that they're projecting for next year and the year out. But thankfully, K-14 has been sheltered from that. But you're going to see a common theme as to what's being done at the state level and what we're also doing here locally. That is using reserves. So the rainy day fund at the state level is being utilized to help balance things out. There's still some work ahead. I mean, that's a lot of the conversations happening at the state. They did address some one-time education cuts, but not anything that's significant for us as the district at this point. With that introduction of the May revision, there already have been some early actions amongst the different parties at the state, because initially reducing that budget shortfall at the state of 44, almost 45 billion, down to 27 billion. So again, there's a lot to kind of see where that evolves here in the next few days, in the next few weeks before the governor signs off. One key variable, as I always share, it's always a point in time. And so this particular percentage, which is our cost of living adjustment, is very much determined at what's released at the state level. So if you recall a year ago when we did the budget adoption at the time, the number at the state level was 3.94. Things changed come January, reduced significantly to 0.76. In May, the number just slightly increased. But again, this is just to highlight how dependent school districts are on the numbers provided by the state, and ultimately at the local level, what it does to the revenue projections. That's when we see some variability happening. And the other point of reference here is that the Legislative Analyst Office did have a little bit of more of a conservative number at 1.27, so you can kind of see they're a little bit more aligned to where things fell out with the May revision. The next few slides, and again, the work that we've been doing collectively, and as we've highlighted in previous presentations, is we are seeing that downward trend in enrollment. It's something to highlight, and as you see the numbers and we look at the projections, because now with this budget development cycle, we are introducing a new year that you've normally not seen in the 3-year window, is now 26-27. So that's the new one that you see there. We've just added the last column, just again as that point of reference where we were at a year ago. So you can see just comparatively the numbers that we are projecting for next year, and 25, 26 as an example, is much less than where we were projecting a year ago. So we're continuing to see that decline, and that's an important aspect. And when you look at the history over almost now 10-year window there, we've been at 40,000 students. We're projecting by 26, 27 to be about a little over 32,000. So along that, there's the revenue that lost along the way. The next two variables are, or the next few slides kind of highlight those additional variables into the revenues. One constant percentage that we're still keeping that has not yet rebounded to pre-pandemic levels is the average daily attendance. The district has typically been around 94% prior to 2020. So the district's holding around 92%, so we're keeping that number. During the pandemic, the lowest amount was 89%, so we've come back in that regard, but just not back to fully where the district was before. Okay. There's just other assumptions, but taking this information as we normally bring forward, these are the different reporting cycles throughout the year. And so this is, I was mentioning, when we look at estimated actuals, that projected number for June 30th, what you see here, when you look at just that bottom line ending balance, where we were at second interim, we were a little bit, $110 million. There is a slight uptick, but I footnoted that on there. That uptick is associated primarily with us also looking at the LCAP and the work that we do with Dr. Alvarez, the dollars that we know that are not going to be spent, that we anticipate at this point. One challenge is we still have some one-time monies. We're working through using the ESSER $3, trying to exhaust that. So that's kind of becomes a factor in this analysis as well. So there's that, and there's a portion also that's under the general fund for capital improvement projects. Those funds, in essence, about $45 million, get rebudgeted into the next year. So you're going to see the uptick in the projection of the fund balance, but then you're going to see in the next year the spend down. So kind of in that inverse relationship. So it just temporarily bumps it up. And then with that, and then I just wanted to highlight this here too, because we've reviewed all of these documents and calculations with the County Office of Education, but this is just an excerpt from our local control funding formula calculator. And you can see just slightly the revenues are going down. So they'll also, in course of time, so will the revenue for the LCAP, that portion that Dr. Alvarez highlighted earlier at $77 million, that too will start to incrementally go down. Okay. So with that, looking at that projected number of where we'll end June 30th, that's what becomes that opening number of $169 million. So we go through the analysis. So this budget, when we're building a budget, assumes the obligation that every position is filled as of July 1st. So as a district, for all of our funds, we have almost just a little shy of 3,700 employees budgeted in the position, in the budgets here in the various funds. So we have to assume that every position is filled. You don't account for vacancy savings right off the bat. Those are things that we look at then throughout the year. And then also we look at obligations. We worked with the principals, with department heads, with directors and so forth. Any contracts, any other obligations that are needed, those are incorporated into the budget plan. So when you look at that for year, that for the column there with 24-25, so when you look at the revenues and expenditures in that opening balance, but from the revenues and expenditures, it's a shortfall. As I mentioned before in previous meetings, that's the line item that I was going to focus on, right? That we're spending more than what we're bringing in. This particular year is just a unique aspect because that $45 million that I mentioned earlier, it goes up, it's in that 169, and then we're spending. So you're kind of deficit spending part of that LCAP work. But aside from that, if you take that $40 million out, there's still a $32 million structural deficit. But as we had shared before, we are utilizing, and like I mentioned earlier too, similar to the state, we are utilizing our reserves to cover those shortfalls. So we're using that declining enrollment number. So whereas before it was about 80-some million, we're utilizing that. It reduces it down to 57 million. And then we also still maintain the 3% contingency in 24-25. But when you start to look at those subsequent years, like I mentioned, now introducing 26-27, we continue with the structural deficit, and by 26-27, those reserves are exhausted. There is one new factor to share with the board and others, is because the district is declining in enrollment, and a factor also with average daily attendance, that combination now puts the district's percent number, and it's in our criterion standards, is one of the reports there on the SACs, below the 30,000 threshold. It's now at 29,500 or so. That trigger now requires in 26-27 to have a 3% set aside for economic uncertainties. Where the district has only been at 2%, now it requires 3%. Now again, this is just a projection. Could possibly change when we close the books and so forth, but at this point in time, given this information, it's just something to put on the horizon to be mindful of for that particular year, because that shows, and you can see it's in red, that the district's not meeting the required 3%. What is needed, we go from roughly $12 million to what footnoted there is about $18 million. So that's what would be needed at that point in time. So something to very much to closely monitor as we progress through our reporting cycles, how that will look like for 26, 27 to be prepared for. So it's kind of twofold. There will need to be actions. I know we've talked very much so about attrition model, being very proactive and managing when positions become vacant and so forth. But putting those actions in place now to help as we move forward in those subsequent years. You want to, oh.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make just a brief comment here. And Dr. Salka and I have been working very closely. All the assumptions here are as if everything was static. And so one of the things that Dr. Salka and I have been having conversations, and more broadly as cabinet, is our district will not remain static. We will continue to review and make adjustments as appropriate. A large organization such as ourselves really does merit an overall analysis whenever a person departs from the district or separates from the district. So on an ongoing basis, through the position control committee and the position control process, we are going to be addressing that. But again, there's the reason you have to go through an analysis is because sometimes there's grant funding that becomes available that's for a specific purpose. There's a resource that may be available for a specific purpose, and then there's general fund. And so again, there's a reason that really what this requires for us to address this is a more in-depth analysis on a case-by-case basis, as well as looking to see where we might be able to repurpose, where we might be able to go for grants. And ultimately, I am recalled at one point I had the opportunity to be in front of, back then it was Governor Jerry Brown. And he said at the end of the day, budgeting is a year-to-year process. If we recall, there's things that can happen that from year to year that make adjustments either upwards or downwards. And I think for us, the key is to make sure we have a strategy that we're actively deploying to make sure we're addressing these changes. The other question I get very often is, wait, what happened to all the kids? And I think it's not just a Sweetwater phenomenon. I've read a number of studies now that this is really a global phenomenon, that across the world there's a depopulation that's occurring. But for us, as you saw on the tables and the graphs that Dr. Salka put together, it's now been it's getting close to being a decade of consistent declines. Yet for all of those who are here and maybe online, we haven't taken action to, for example, close schools. That's not within our strategy. That's not within our approach. We want to address this from an equity perspective in a way that addresses our decrease and our decline in a way that's reasonable, strategic, and very much methodical. We're not about making sudden decisions, either puts or takes from a budget perspective. So I just want to share that this really calls for A, us to be more strategic, B, understand the underlying fundamentals, and then C, I think there's opportunities to reach out to our state officials around how we can make some of the changes that, quite frankly, may not be practical. So for example, going from a 2% to a 3% reserve is about $4 to $6 million, Dr. Salka?
Yeah, it goes from 12 to, about 6 million.
Yeah, so and at the end of the day, that would be a reserve. So could we talk to the state about possibly changing that to bring it into alignment? Because there's also a kind of a stepping escalator for other districts. As the smaller you get, the higher the reserve. So there's different conversations. That's just an example of ways we can be strategic, but also understand the underlying factors. And Dr. Winters and I have had a number of conversations. At the end of the day, a trend is only a trend until it's not. Up to 2015, our district was going bonkers with growth. As a matter of fact, I recall when I first got here, the advocacy point was build a school on the east side. We need a school on the east side. As we look at the numbers now, had we built a school, then we would be overbuilt in capacity. So that's just to point out a trend is only a trend until it's not. So it's really important that we continue to be really mindful, that we observe those trends so we can pick up on those ahead of time. Just wanted some context to what Dr. Salka said.
And I think Trustee Segura wanted
just to add on what you were mentioning about things that could possibly happen, that advocate on the state level. I think it would be important if because as you said it, and as we all know, it's not just affecting us, that maybe we get, we have a South County type board meeting and to talk about this and bring more attention to it, because not everybody, all the intelligent people in this room know what's happening, but a lot of people don't know about, the depopulation, as you say, are causing our declining enrollment, and it just put more focus on it and strategize on what we want to do. So I think that would somehow, be a good idea.
Well, and the other thing too, I think that, Dr. Aguila and I get in these long conversations. our economic model is predicated on growth. It is always focused on this idea of population growth. And if we don't have population growth, then what happens to our economic model? So then we have to come back and find ways of mitigating those factors to allow, LEAs districts to survive, but also to lead our normal lives. And I don't know if do you have any more slides, Dasa?
Just a few more that I wanted to point
Okay.
out if possible. Yes. Just one thing to note on their reserves, because in the next two slides are just as a reference, as a reminder with the the ed code, is that's why we have the categories of committed and assigned and unassigned, is the ed code indicates can't have more than 10%. So that's why we will bring to you at the next board meeting that resolution that earmarks that declining enrollment, because it's going to be used, as we've said, to cover shortfalls in the future years. And then just a couple of things regarding cash flows. We can meet our obligations. We don't see that we're going to need to do a tax revenue anticipation note for now. In terms of we'll have to continue to evaluate that in subsequent years. But I did want to point out with Fund 11 and Fund 13, both of those, and again, footnoted, Fund 11 is unique to the regulations with AB 1491. There is a spend down plan attributed that will be utilized, and there's a plan to primarily use that for capital expenditures into next year. And then also with Fund 13, also this is an approved spend down plan from the CDE that our Director of Nutrition Services has been working very closely in all the different items. So I just wanted to note that, again, similar concept. If it's not spent this year, fund balance goes up a little bit with a rebudget for next year. So it's accounted for in there. And then we got our capital plans and so forth. And so we will come forward at the next board meeting with action. But again, you have the documents, which is our SACS report with all the criterion standards. And again, just next steps as we await the actions at the state.
The sobering. I mean, that's one of the ways of putting it. It's very, very sobering right now. Any other comments? Trustee Solis?
Yeah, thank you, President. Arancibia, with regards to the delay and deferrals from the state, how does that affect our district?
So that conversation is coming up with, and that's on the cash side of it. Typically what they do is they'll, let's say, defer that, so more than likely, let's say it's June of next year. We will recognize that revenue, but the cash will not come in until later. So that impacts just, it's a cash flow impact for the district in the subsequent fiscal year.
So what would we have to do, like, in order to?
So we'll just have to monitor our cash position quite a bit. But again, I think that's something we'll have to see if that plays out, because the state does have the cash, and whether they execute that as one of their tools to manage what they record as revenue at this, or expenditure at the state side, or say to what then it trickles down to the districts. We still have to recognize, it's part of our apportionment. What we are entitled to get for the month of June, they're just not going to pay the district that entitlement, which is about $27 million, let's say, hypothetically.
And Dr. Sacco, can you describe for us, I think this may be where Mr. Solis was headed. Can you describe for us what options are available in terms of inter-fund borrowing versus borrowing from an external financial institution?
So if at that point we realize that we can't meet our cash requirements, again, we look okay at this point. But if we needed to, and that'll be resolutions that we'll be bringing forward to you also at the next board meeting, is we would look at our own internal resources. Again, the various funds, there's our state school facilities fund, there's, different ones available. Per that, you can only utilize 75% of that fund for cash borrowing, because it has to be paid back. And it depends when you borrow and the timing of that borrow. If you borrow before the last 120 days of the fiscal year, it has to be paid back in that year. If you borrow in the last 120, you have until the next year. So there's just some strings attached to that. But the interest earned, again, you're in a sense paying one of our district accounts. It's based on the county treasury rate, and then we charge interest between our different funds, so it stays within the district in a sense.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. I think this is no action required, right? We'll move on, and this is the point in the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda, have 3 minutes to each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time to public comment on a simple topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
Mark Anthony Hall.
Good evening, President Arvin Sevilla, Superintendent Geary, Dr. Moore. Good evening. I'm on you guys are stop number 1 of 20. Last year, I don't remember, I went to 23 board meetings, so I wanted to come here first and say thank you. We have started Manhood ABC in Rancho Del Rey, East Lake, and Bonita Vista, and actually I got the first letter back from East. We weren't here for a whole year. We actually got started in one of the schools, I think, in January. And our first strategy is to build rapport. Although we're presenting topics, they won't even know we're going to still show up. So we have built rapport in all 3 schools. And again, I'll submit this letter to you from Eastlake. They love us. And let me say, I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. And the reason I'm so excited, for 3 years, we have been working to put together a girls mentoring program. It's actually, I will wear the shirt, but it's for girls. It's called Bloom. Bloom ABC. And I've already hired the director, the curriculum developer, and we have 2 presenters. We have the best program for girls now. And the reason that we have it, because I would go to the school pitching for the boys. You know what the principals would say? So you got anything for girls? And me being a man, I would not write the curriculum. So I finally gave it to I gave Manhood ABC's curriculum to the curriculum developer. I said, make this work for girls. And I'm going to give you a copy of the curriculum also. It is phenomenal. But again, I just want to stop and say thank you all. I came in as a stranger last year. I wanted to wait till we got some feedback from some of the schools. And right now, a lot of the graduation's taking place. So next week, I'm looking for letters from Rancho Del Rey and from Bonita Vista. But every week, Oscar, who is he's not here tonight because he's at another meeting, he gives me a report of the sessions. And the reports are I just love reading them. There's still, I'm going to steal Chula Vista's word, the human connection. I believe that a boy won't love you until he loves himself. We always ask him, are you a good son first? Are you a good community citizen? And now are you a scholar? I like the kids know that they shouldn't expect everything from school. It starts at home. And we make them feel like a human being first. And once the kid feels like a human being, he starts loving us. Thank you very much. And I want to submit this for Dr. Moore and for the board president.
Thank you.
And for you also, Dr. Geary. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dina Donato Palmore.
Good evening again. I'd like to express my appreciation with collaboratively working with the district to place all excess counselors in full-time positions, for recalling one of our RIFT counselors in a permanent position, and temporary placement for 2 of the other RIFT counselors. The other one is employed at another school district in a full-time position. I'm grateful for the professional dialogue with Dr. Maribel Gavin, Mr. Gustavo Padilla, and Ms. Jenny Carbuccia regarding these placements. I'm especially thankful for Dr. Gavin for providing the space for me to be transparent and feel heard. My hope is that the bargaining process will be in the same manner, so thank you again.
Kathleen Shears.
Good evening. Here we are, another school year has come to an end. 48 years ago, my marriage blessed me with 3 stepchildren, 19, 12, 10. I was 25. I know, 19-year-old raising, yeah. I had a 5-year-old special needs daughter. Our first Montgomery Middle open house, my husband volunteered me to run for Montgomery's first school side council. Little did I realize at the age of 25, I would begin a new chapter in life, educational advocacy. Since that time, I have served on many school side councils, been a thorn to many principals, Montez, Janney, Romero, Rodrigo, Zoomstein, and volunteered for many, many other committees. In doing so, I've been given the opportunity to learn much. This year, once again, serving on the Montgomery High School Side Council. It provided me a front row seat, listening to those on the front lines, our teachers, our students, counselors, and support staff, and the hard work that goes into education. Montgomery teachers, meeting after meeting, I was amazed to listen as they shared their deep passion, love, and ideas for helping Sweetwater students. Going above and beyond time and time again, Principal Zoomstein, a professional leader, caring enough to listen to constructive criticism, strong enough to hold the line on district policy. He too consistently looking for better when it came to the ideas that help students and support teachers and all staff. Patient enough to tolerate Mrs. Cheers, who, as no surprise to all of you, has many questions and an occasional different view. I encourage any parent community member who can find the time to serve on their school's SSC. It offers a clear picture of how our tax dollars are spent, also allowing one to hear firsthand from teachers, staff, and admin what's happening at their school. While we as a community have a responsibility to challenge what we do not agree with, we also have a responsibility to share alternative recommendations and to learn. I have said this many times. I could not be a teacher. No way, no how, especially in today's world. Truth be spoken, I would be in Las Colinas on charges. What we expect our teachers and admin to deal with, well, God failed to give me that gene. Just ask my daughters and my grandchildren. Parents, community, volunteer at your school, join your school site councils, start a PTSO like Hilltop High Schools. Do we, as adults, not have the responsibility to pay it forward to those that come after? Yes, we do. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F6 by the public, F12 by the public, G12 by the public, L3 by the public, M2 by the public, N8 by Mr. Segura, and Q3 by Dr. Arancibia.
Do I have the motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura? Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
F3?
I'll go. I'll chat away.
Go ahead, trustee Segura.
Did I have my hand up or something? What happened there? So I ventured out a few places over this last month, like Dr. Arancibia mentioned, Dr. Aguirre mentioned. Yeah. The solar sprint happened at Montgomery Middle, and it was a lot of fun. There's still there's like 100 and some students, so it was still well attended. It's its 8th year, so I don't know how long it can keep, I think they're beyond solar now. I think they need something else, another, I don't know, something.
Electric.
A what?
Electric.
Electric? Well, that is electric, but maybe with a stronger motor or something. But it was a lot of fun, and I really, I haven't reported on this, have I? Right? No, it didn't happen after the meeting. Okay, yeah, I know I've talked about it a lot with a bunch of different people, so I don't want to say that all over. But it was a lot of fun to see the students engaged in that and building their cars and watching them figure out why they're not working and the races and they get awards on innovation, on design and speed. And a lot of students, especially Montgomery Middle Schools, they have speed locked down. They win every speed race there is every year. They just dominate. But and that's great. But I really love the students who build. They'll race a bus. They'll build a little bus out of the solar car. So they're not really caring whether they win a race or not. They're looking for their design, and they created some really cool ones, and some of them have like cartoon animal themes, and it's really awesome to see them do that and how proud they are, showing them off and competing in. And I'd like to thank again Nika and IBW. They donated all the over 100-something T-shirts and 40 hoodies that we gave to the students who won, and it was really cool, and I really enjoyed it. And our Mr. Our CTE and VAPA director Wahid Ibrahim, he has it down like to a science. I mean, now he could, he's got it tuned, and so he's got it so dialed in, it's crazy. He has like boards like that up that show what the races are. You can get the app on your phone and see where you're at, and he's really got it nailed down. But it was really cool to see, but it was a lot of work. I mean, that's like, I probably saw like 30 volunteers there to make it happen, you know, because they have to inspect every card, and they judge every card, and they register the kids, and help the students, you know, with the cars. There's just, and the races themselves, no matter how hard we try to speed up that process, it still takes like 3 or 4 hours, right? And that's a lot on a day. But I really appreciate that, and it was really a lot of fun, and it was well done. And I also attended the Castle Park High athletic field ribbon cutting. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad to see. Have they started? They got a shovel in over there yet? Yeah? All right. I think I stopped by there. And I did mention it. I forgot to mention it at the high school reunion. I mean, the high school reunion, the high school graduation. But I did mention it at the middle school, which is, you know, they're going to probably see it more than, you know, they'll be a year and a half in. But I mentioned it to the crowd there afterwards, and they were super supportive of it. It got like the biggest cheer was, you know, get rid of this dump and build us a very state-of-the-art facility. So they were very happy with that. So, and I already mentioned about maybe possibly having a declining enrollment summit. You know, and it'd probably be a good idea to invite the new leader at the County Office of Ed. You know, there's somebody there new, so I think it would serve us well and not just be a waste of time. And I also went on a very interesting trip that was paid for by the U.S. Army. So I went to the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California. And it's on a base, and we spent 2 days there. And they showed us their language institute. It's on I think it's actually on a Navy base, and they service all services, all the Marines, the Army, whoever needs to learn a language for whatever job they have. Mostly it's intelligence that these sailors and soldiers, you know, that's their job. Some of them are already in the service, and they get that, you know, before they get, you know, as enticement to stay in. But some of them are right out of high school, and we met 2 young ladies, and they were out of the Midwest, and one was learning Russian, which was like a 60-something week, 6 hour a day, 5 days a week training, right? And it was phenomenal, right? They learned that and language, and then Spanish was like 40 weeks, and kind of depending what's happening in the world, it kind of depends on what languages they're focusing on. But it was very impressive, and you know you know that you get so they work with it's like a university style, and they get a certificate or degree depending on what they have already in their educational background. Around that, but it's all taken care of. I was very impressed with that, and there's a lot of opportunities for, you know, quite honestly, you know, and there's a lot of students that the service might be their only way out to get an opportunity where they're, you know, to go to school or get some training and you know, do that for the rest of their lives, or just go in for 4 years or 3 years. You know, it's a really good opportunity. Then the next day we toured a medical and dental facility where they had some doctors and dentists talk to us, and and then the board, there was only a few other board members from around the state and some other people, but we were kind of asking, you know, how did you end up hearing about this program, and, you know, how they got in. And some of them are already in for 3 years, and if you go into the Army or one of the services, they'll pay that off and then pay for everything going forward. So that's, you know, that's some people, that's, you know, I think everybody would really enjoy that if they, you know, as long as you, well, yeah, so a lot of people that could take advantage of that. So I thought that was very interesting. A lot of opportunities for our citizens and communities, and to serve and to, you know, get some training. So I thought that was a very worthwhile trip. And that's the end of my report. And all the graduations, I had a really great time with that. And I can tell you that I inspired nobody to write anything like you do when you go speak at your at the graduation. So I inspired nobody to write.
Not everybody was inspired, but yeah.
But yeah, so I made it through, and I really enjoyed it. And that's honestly, that's like the best part of this job, right? Is doing that. And that's so awesome to see all the students and all the parents and the community and everybody just having a good time. And I really like the way they do it at San Isidro. It's like bouncing there. I mean, that's like they really have a good vibe there going. You go there and you're just feeling good and it's happy. Everybody looks great. Everybody's dressed up. And I saw I saw a bouquet of roses that was about this big. So I figured it was like 100 roses in this, and it wasn't somebody selling them. That was going to be given to somebody. And I saw another one. It was made of money. I was like, oh my gosh, and it was just phenomenal. All the love that was there, and I really, really enjoyed that. So that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Okay, I will continue. Trustee Segura, my nephew graduated from the language school there at Monterey. His languages were Farsi and Arabic, and he's in the Air Force. Yeah, that was about 2 years ago. Well, I've had a little busy month. I attended the CSBA Delegate Assembly in Sacramento and missed the solar car races. And later in the month, I worked with CSBA Vice President and our Regional Director and Trustee Rudy Lopez from San Isidro, and we worked or contacted Assemblyman Alvarez, who is the chair of the Assembly's Subcommittee on Education, and again, discuss funding changes and how it would affect our different districts and school sites with the changes or the lack of funding that is coming down. On the 23rd, I attended the Excellence Awards for the Language Acquisitions at Otay Ranch. That was a wonderful event to celebrate the students and the parents that participated. I also attended the East Lake Library Rehabilitation Kickoff. I was very excited for the different learning spaces that will be available for East Lake students to thrive academically and socially. I had also attended the surprise visit from the San Diego County of Education Teacher of the Year presentation at Bonita. Ms. Ecclestein's humbleness and focus on students is truly admirable. Castle Park Stadium groundbreaking. The community's pride was overwhelming for the long-awaited project. As I was walking to the stadium, I was met with alumni from 1966 that were there. So the excitement of the staff, the students, and the community is just overwhelming. And then graduations. This was my first year to attend graduations because I didn't have COVID. I was so happy. I started at Otay Ranch. I did both of them. I'd like to thank Principal Alcala for making my first graduation that I attend such a memorable event. I attended East Hills Academy's graduation. They were all excited because this was the first time we have a board member at our graduation. Dr. Bernard, thank you for being so welcoming. I also attended East Lake Middle School's promotions. Those are big classes. That's a big class. That's all I have to say. Wonderfully orchestrated. On June 5th, I went to Olympian, Principal Metrovich, and her team orchestrated an amazing entrance for the graduates. They had trumpets playing as the students, right before the students entered through the Eagle Tunnel to go to their seats. It was really amazing. And I got to congratulate Miss Lilia Garciaga, our past student trustee. I was very happy to see her. She's just an amazing young lady and leader. And I also attended the East Lake graduation, one of them. Principal Hustling and her team orchestrated an entry where the students walked in front of their parents, and so that parents got to see all of their graduates up close. So it was really nice. Principal Hustling also welcomed the families and friends, and then was joined by students who welcomed everyone in their own native language, which was in Filipino and in Spanish with her. It was really nice. To all of the graduating and promoting students, we are as a board very proud of your accomplishment. Remember, never give up and never stop learning. Go forth and make a difference. Everyone, please enjoy your summer. Okay.
President Anastasia, thank you. Yeah, I too attended the graduations, and there's such a great event. I love shaking the students' hands and calling them by their names and their look of their perplexed faces. How do you know my name? It's like they just called it out. But to me, it's just great. It's fantastic. So I love it. I want to thank Principal Insunza for honoring the student that was killed a week before the graduation, a couple of days before his birthday, I think it was, Edgar de Aro, and they presented the diploma to his mom, and it was a great presentation. And on behalf of the district, I gave our condolences to the mom, and she was very grateful and thankful for everything that the district and the school had done to that point. So it was emotional, but it was well received, and his mom is just full of life and very positive, and yeah. So I know for me, I'd be devastated. I couldn't be as strong as she was showing, and just wanted to let you guys know that that was amazing. And also, so it was interesting how Mr. Segura was talking about the field at Chula Vista. Ms. Barker-Hines mentioned that was the last graduation on that field, and there was a large like applause and cheer because it's needed. And Ms. Mumatai also for Chula Vista Middle mentioned it, and the same thing. So the community is watching, and they do appreciate what we're doing, and it's going to benefit a lot of the kids and a lot of the classes, PE, special ed. I know a couple principals. I think Mr. Arcalawi would say that the special ed kids would walk around that field, and it was a tripping hazard. So it's going to benefit that group as well. So that was something that I appreciated, and also send our condolences to Mr. Al Alvarado's family. He's long just lived in National City. He was very instrumental with USA Baseball. He would send students or teams to go play other teams. And I remember I met him when he sent him he wasn't my brother-in-law at the time, but he was playing baseball at Sweetwater, and he sent their team to go play in San Francisco. And I wasn't able to go because I was working, doing some schizophrenia research that I had to be there every day. But I remember he took them up there, everything paid for, and they had a great time. They didn't win at all, but he was always there for the students and the South Bay. And I think he worked for a couple of elected officials here in the South Bay. But just want to send out my condolences to the family. He's a great man. He was 92. He was going to be 92 in a couple of weeks. But great man. Thank you.
Congratulations, graduates. We got a lot to take care of still, and it's getting kind of late for everybody. So let's move on to F6.
I have one speaker, Kathleen Shears.
Change is tough, especially for seniors. After reviewing this agenda item 3 times, I reached out to Board Secretary Ms. Vicedo. My email question, can you explain what this means in old lady vernacular? Send. No sooner than I hit the send key, there was a response. I pulled this item because it came to me right there at that moment. Ms. Vicedo is a representation of the hardworking Sweetwater District office personnel. Dr. Aguirre, as I belabor this point over and over again, I spend a great deal of time reviewing and researching our board meeting agendas. Beginning Thursday around 5:30 into the weekend, I often reach out to those personnel indicated on the agenda item for questions. Ms. Vicedo, Ms. Quirk, Dr. Winters, Dr. Alvarez, Dr. Salkel, Dr. Moore, Dr. Gavin, and Ms. Carbuccia. I know they're all thrilled. I cannot tell you how many times the responses are received quickly. But not only quickly, the responses are detailed and thorough. Ms. Vicedo, Dr. Winters, Ms. Carbuccia have even responded on the weekends. Their willingness to provide detailed information alleviates me from pulling items and taking up time at these meetings. As I advised Ms. Vicedo, I may reach out to her for help after this transition. So Dr. Aguirre, if you happen to walk by her office and she's pulling her hair out and looking for her bottle of Valium, no doubt she'll be dealing with me and my lack of IT skills. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Was your question answered, Mrs. Cheerson? About that? Move to approve.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Item F12.
I have 1 speaker, Dina Donato Palmore.
Good evening. May 20th was my sister's birthday, and the day that 2 other counselors and I met with Dr. Gavin, Ms. Carbuccia, Mr. Padilla, and Mr. Ulloa to discuss the funding for counselors for options, independent study, and launch virtual academy. Besides my sister's birthday, that day was memorable because it was a conversation where the counselors in the district agreed that counselor support is critical for student success. Counselors mitigate learning loss through the relationships that we create with students, so students feel they belong and know that they have within them to succeed. Although this funding is only for this year, my hope is that it establishes a practice of proactively meeting the needs of our most vulnerable students, those in the alternative education system. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Item moved.
Second?
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Item G12.
I have 1 speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
I applaud the district for this offering to our students, any opportunity which allows our students a helping hand in reaching their career goals is an added plus. I will continue to champion for a true trades program. I know with every fiber of my body, if we offered such a program, we would draw students in the hundreds. My vision sees an entire school campus offering such career curriculums, plumbing, electrical, painting, drywall, auto mechanics, and body repair. There was a time before all of you when my 50-year-old daughter attended, my special needs daughter attended this district. They had such a program. It was successful. My grandmother lived to be 99, 1 month short of 100. At 74, I will continue to beat this drum as long as I'm able, because I believe all students are deserving of career training opportunities. While my 2 daughters went on to receive a college education, many of the kids I raised did not, but they did not have the opportunity to join the trades. So I implore you to please consider it when we're looking at declining enrollment. Thank you very much.
No further speakers.
Item moved.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez de Peda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis? Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Item L3, pulled by the public.
I have 1 speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
With all due respect to Ms. Quirk, and I have much, as you know, I am concerned about this expenditure based on the fact we are being advised we are headed for tough financial times, yet we continue to hire more management. I am cognizant of the fact when Dr. Aguirre was Assistant Superintendent, we hired Ms. Quirk in this position. However, those were different circumstances. Absolutely no respect, Dr. Aguirre, but you were operating way out of your level of expertise. Ms. Quirk, as Assistant Superintendent, does have the expertise. Additionally, as I will speak on in the upcoming M agenda item, we continue to spend, not on bricks and mortar, but to facilitate those companies we are hiring and to support a PLA monitor. Little by little, we are chipping away at the limited financial resources needed for students. We are spending it as if we are not worrying about tomorrow's student resources, while all the while we are seeing programs being cut, programs which prove to be successful for students. When the financial cliff Dr. Salkeld is warning us of comes to fruition, what programs, what personnel will be at risk for being cut? Thank you.
No further speakers.
President Ancibia, I think that we can get some clarification from Dr. Aguirre. I think there's a little misunderstanding there.
Yeah, we can definitely clarify. So I'll ask Ms. Vicero if she can scroll down a little bit just to point out that this particular position does include different funding sources, so it's not any one particular fund. So it's a blended position. I'll ask Ms. Quirk to speak to the need for this, but I did want to point out it's a blended funded position, so it's not necessarily going to impact the general fund as other positions impact the general fund. But Ms. Quirk, if you can speak to the need for the position.
Sure, thank you. So actually this position mirrors one that we've had in the past that we don't currently have. This is not a position that I've held in the past. This position will solely focus on supporting the capital financial components of the program. So we are currently moving upwards of $500 million worth of work right now and are foreshadowing for that to continue for quite a period of time. And we need someone who's in there with us day to day in terms of the work that the Director of Planning and Construction is doing with the project managers and their associated teams, and how that work translates and turns over also to our finance team. And so it's kind of bridging a gap there. In addition, this position will help support the pursuit of our state match funds, the checks and balances between our new financial reporting system and our project management system. So it's kind of a hybrid, and they help us in multiple directions. And quite frankly, we have been operating this program without this, and it's a pretty considerable strain and a lot of checks and balances for myself and the Director of Planning and Construction to be doing, when we really do need a third set of eyes to make sure that what we're putting on spreadsheets and what we're developing is being vetted and fleshed out properly from a financial lens, not just from our project management lens.
Thank you for that, Ms. Quirk.
Yes, thank you.
Do I hear a motion?
I was just going to mention, I know we've been running, lean there for the last few years because we haven't been spending any bond money we didn't have any bond money, but so I totally understand this, that, we've been really lean there in that department. So I do remember that. Thank you. I'll make a motion.
There was a motion
Or
from
second.
Mr. Solis. Thank you. Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez de Peda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Item M2, public.
I have 1 speaker, Kathleen Cheers.
Before I begin, do you notice how I can challenge someone and they receive the challenge and we still have deep respect for each other? I just wanted to point that out. I'm referencing Ms. Quirk, who I brought a bag of lemons to. Little did you know, Ms. Cheers is a gardener on top of everything else she does. I am concerned about this agenda item. In reviewing tonight's M agenda items, we are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to facilitate others to manage our projects. For example, Davis Demographics MGT, School Facility Consultants, Kitchell Placeworks, Inc., and IDS. Why weren't these expenditures included in their bid? If it is something we require, again, they should be aware of the requirements and include as part of their bid, i.e. cost. Then there is a LCPT Tracker, Inc. We are paying a PLA representative a salary to monitor us, and then we turn around and pay even more money to purchase the software the PLA coordinator will use. I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense to me. Today I was advised by Ms. Quirk that the PLA coordinator software expenses have been in effect for several years, which equates to I need to step up my game and do a better job reviewing these agenda items. I just am having a great deal of concern with this. It is, for those of you that were back in the day, Mr. Solis, Mr. Segura, Dr. Ancibia, the word change orders comes to mind. You've got a bid, you're going to build this is what it's going to cost you. Bring your own software. That's just my opinion. I will admit I'm a novice on some of the software stuff, but little did you know I have resources in other districts, members that are on boards, and I even have assistant superintendents and superintendents in my family. So be careful. Thank you very much.
No further speakers?
Dr. Aguirre, if you.
Thank you. So there's a number of areas that were addressed. I'll take a gander at least one of them. The Davis demographics is not particular to any one particular construction project. That is an enrollment projection firm that is in the process of updating the last demographic study. So in essence, we utilize that to be able to forecast or foreshadow or plan what the impact is going to be. That's one particular piece, but I see that Ms. Quirk has the answer to some of the other components of that question. Ms. Quirk.
Thank you. So I'm just going to run through these just so we all have the same conversation. LCP Tracker is a software program that actually is predominantly used by the contractors. They upload all their certified payrolls during the construction project themselves. There's also a litany of state documents that they can extract from that software program and upload to meet our DIR requirements at the state, and it ensures really our compliance is being met in the event that a laborer or tradesman out there said, hey, I'm not being paid properly. That's the first point of contact that we go to flesh out and ensure that proper wages are happening out in the field. Every single project is forecasted for LCP Tracker for projects that are PLA, which is CFD or bond over $1 million. And they are for 12 months. So if we have a project that's forecasted for 12 months and then it slides to 14, we will come back for a slight amendment because that's how their fee is adjusted. For school site locator, Dr. Aguirre had part of it correct. That is, we are using Davis demographics for our long-term enrollment projections. However, this one is specific to our school site locator, which is utilized by ourselves, research and evaluation, student services, the public. If you want to know what school your child is supposed to attend, you can go to School Site Locator, you type in your address, and it will tell you what middle school and what high school you belong to. This is an annual fee that we bring forward every year. The district state funding eligibility school facility consultants, we bring this forward annually as well, and these folks help us and have been helping the district for the better part of 20 plus years to pursue our state funding applications. I shared earlier as an example, when we did the district-wide HVAC project many years ago, we expended as a district $35 million in order to make that happen. School facility consultants helps us document, track, submit to CDE, OPSC, SAB, et cetera, and we received $17 million back for our state match. So for every single one of our projects, we submit our applications, even if we don't know if we'll get money back in 2 years or 10 years, but we put ourselves in line for it every time. In terms of the other ones, there's Kitchell that's up there for construction management. That one, we are pivoting. We had a team. They've not been meeting our quality control, and so we are moving in a different direction. And so you see Kitchell up there tonight. You will see them again once we get their entire scope of their work submitted to us, but we need to keep in motion, and so we did step 1 tonight. And then in terms of PlaceWorks for Bonita, so PlaceWorks is underneath CEQA, it's our environmental study review. I don't know if everybody's going to remember this, but when we did the stadium at Bonita, it was determined through the EIR process that it's actually sacred tribal land. So if you remember, we ended up having to bring, there will be also for Bonita, we weren't sure that it extended. We thought maybe it was really going to be associated to the heavy-duty level of grading associated to the stadium. No, it's going to be always moving forward at Bonita. And so as a result of that, it requires a secondary layer of services for the EIR for us. In addition to when we get into construction, we will go under contract with legal services and the tribe itself, and they actually come on site and monitor to us to make sure we're not overturning any artifacts. So some of these are kind of step processes, and as you get through one step, it uncovers the next. And then the last one is the IDS group, because we are doing some site evaluations here on this property in terms of what some options might be for us to do some consolidation, some reorganization to get ourselves compliant in a few other areas that we are not from a facility standpoint. So all of this, I know it seems like a lot. I just want to remind everybody the value of the work that we have out in the field right now. And when you look at that from a percentage standpoint, we're doing pretty well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quirk.
I'll make a motion
Second.
Oh, all right.
for approval.
Springfield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Lopez de Peda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
Item N8.
Pulled by Mr. Segura.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, so I just had, I know we have, and I support this, I think this is awesome, once we get it. And I know we approved one a few months ago, a trailer, so, that we haven't received yet, but I guess that's getting really close to come, and those are, I believe the trailers through CTE, and I'm just wondering who's in charge of this one? And then I don't need it today, but I think it would be a great idea if we got a presentation on what we're trying to do with these.
So this is somewhat of a team project amongst Dr. Alvarez and Ms. Quirk. So this is Ms. Quirk. It's no longer a team project. But this is to acquire a food truck, as you indicated. There's a couple of things moving on in terms of food trucks in our district. This particular item, as you can see, is from Ms. Quirk. So Ms. Quirk.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. So this is for nutrition services. They have some grants, and they are procuring a food truck and are very excited about the opportunity to, every day can be a new day, and so what are we serving? And they'll be rolling that out for district-wide events. They can be going onto school sites and having done a survey to find out what the kids want to be able to sample and bring new opportunities for students. And that can range from tacos to ramen to pizza, you name it, burgers and fries. And so that's what the goal is for the team, and they'll be moving forward with that once we receive the truck.
This is the one strictly for nutrition services. There is a separate project we have going on with CTE around students being able to use it for our culinary program.
And to clarify, it's not to make money so we can raise funds to build and.
Right. That is correct. This is only for instructional programs
Yeah.
and or feeding of
Gotta bring it
students.
back, yeah.
That is, thank
Yeah,
you for that clarification.
No selling of food, right?
Yes,
That's absolutely.
No quinceañeras either, you know?
I think it'd be great if they, once they get rolling, I don't know if it'd be this year, but even if I'm not here, you should have them bring food here for, this meeting, and you can see it happen, right?
I can tell you right now that Mr. Span would love that opportunity.
Yes. And with that, I make a motion for approval.
Second.
Springfield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Lopez de Peda,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
And I'm gonna close up with item Q3. And I just wanted to bring this up because, again, I want to give our district credit with regards to being at the forefront with, I think we started last year with the raising the flag, and just being really supportive of our LGBTQX community on campus and with our faculty as well. I think it's really important that we just continue on, and thank you for that. And that's it. I move that we approve this.
Second.
Ringfield?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 absent.
And with that, I think we're done. Closing the meeting.